wow big. I forgot we used that for Jackbox. Oops. Oh well. Why is it not moving? Is it one of those stupid fucking windows? Some windows don't work with window capture, which is really weird and annoying. Also, now you should be able to hear me better. In fact, hang on. Boom. There you go. Ugh, I hate it when they don't work with window capture. Alright, let's try game capture because I don't want to do display. Oh, looks like it's going to work that way. Nice. Do not capture cursor. Put it below everything. Hello? Whoops. Oh no. What just happened? Fix yourself. Dang. Alright. Now let's fix this. Better. Now you can see what I'm doing. Alright. Let's go. What is this? Sound and visuals are both A-okay. Cool. This is Tangle Tower. I didn't want to play near because I'm kind of frustrated on it and I'm burnt out and I don't want to deal with that. Hello. Lake's Edge.
Mountains.
Nope. They're too steep and too smooth to be mountains. They're more like cliffs.
Whatever they are, they go all the way around the lake, like a barrier. The ground's moist, but it's not muddy. Wonder how often it rains here.
I cannot believe how exciting this murder investigation is already.
I'm this girl.
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune.
Aw.
Please don't do that.
Okay, I like her.
It's just an archway, but it seems a little ominous. Like walking through it might give you bad luck.
Too late.
It's the little boat we used to cross the lake. It's the only way on or off the island.
What a comforting thought.
Do you think anybody's watching us from one of those windows?
Maybe. Let's wave just in case.
I love her. I don't know her name, but I love her. Also, let me turn on speech chat, because I just realized I don't have it on. Hey Josh, after my stream, if you're available, do you want to watch some Futurama?
Just us. Waving hand.
You ready, Sally?
Rumor, I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
I don't think I've been streaming that long. Oh,
Yeah.
never mind. I've been streaming 9 minutes.
Just checking.
Do you have the map?
Yeah, but it's basically blank.
So...
Did you read the case file? What do you think?
I'm not sure yet. It's really not a lot to go on. Did you read it?
Do you want me to turn up the desktop audio? It's really quiet, I just noticed.
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
Great, I guess. Murder victim is Freya Fellow, age 19, died whilst painting a portrait of Flora Fellow, age 58. I noticed that Flora has a knife. Location was Flora's tower. Flora was present as she was posing for the portrait. Freya was found lying on her back with a single stab wound in her chest. No weapon was found in the scene, but the subject of Freya's unfinished painting was holding a knife. Tangle Tower, roll credits. Small painting on a scrap of paper. A few notes have been written on the back. Nowadays it goes by Tangle Tower, but a pair of towers connected by a mansion at the base. It's surrounded by a circular lake. The water is an unusual mix of colors. The lake is enclosed by sheer, pale cliffs. They're too steep and smooth to climb. Tangle Tower is currently home to both the Fellow family and the Pointer family. Okay. Oh, I love this art style. It's cute.
It's a statue of some hideous, scaly, bipedal fish monster.
You know what I just realized? This guy sounds like Mr. Peanut Butter from BoJack.
Playing a harp.
Playing a harp. Hang on a second.
Yes.
This isn't just a regular statue, is it?
What a twist!
Something tells me we're not gonna solve this just yet.
Oh, fine.
Let's come back later.
Fine.
It must do something.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
At least they tell you.
Yeah. An old withered statue of an amphibious creature holding a large harp. Symbols are engraved on each of the harp's 4 column segments. Neat. It's an egg.
It's a stone carving. Wonder how it got cracked.
I think it's supposed to look like that. It's an egg.
What animal is that?
Hawk. Bear. Lizard.
Right, of course. A hawk bear lizard.
I love them. I love them and I love their banter.
And it's full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
I hope the
Any fish
weather's
in there?
okay where you are. It's pouring rain here.
Oh, it's practically cloudless out here. Which is weird because we did have a huge storm a couple days
When
ago.
do you add Hawk Bear Lizard to your campaign?
You know what? I might.
Not a single one.
I do have an opportunity
Although
to do that.
there is something in there.
It's a cassette tape.
There's a
Or it used to be.
There's a cassette in the water? The ink on the label is blurred and illegible. Okay, well, let's go back to my house in BC, because I have a
camo
VHS
cassette?
DVD player.
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare away detectives.
Is it working?
No.
Okay, this is great.
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Don't say
You're
it.
supposed to say, too quiet?
It's not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
I love her. What's her name? She's my favorite.
It's a bandstand.
Bit small for a bandstand.
It's a one-man bandstand.
Nice.
Sally.
Sally, right. Tangle,
Oh.
twirr.
What?
Oh, there's an O on the floor.
Oh yeah. Tangle tour.
Twir.
There's a heart engraved in the tree. I didn't know people actually did
Tour.
PPFF.
that. Little bird feeders.
How do you know they're for birds?
Well, I mean, the only other thing that could get up
Should
there
we
are
ring the doorbell?
squirrels.
Why would we not?
Ba, 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 ba,
You could use a ladder.
It's a little melody. Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go
Is that the
inside?
bird tune?
No, I think he'll just silently judge us.
Me.
Don't think it's locked.
Oh, that means we can just walk straight in, right?
I'm pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
Sally is my favorite.
Let's head to the crime scene first. It's
Fine.
at the top of the
Vamanos
West
a mortar.
Tower, I think.
Neutral face.
Yeah, sorry. A bug just flew in my face. Alright. Woo!
A big letter F.
Of course. Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion? This one has a
I
big
like
P.
cassette tapes. I tend to tape black metal and grindcore songs onto them and then chuck them down 30 flights of stairs. It adds to the listening experience later on.
What? Is that a thing people do? Cause that kinda rules, but I didn't think that was a thing. Sorry, that just blew my mind. Because if I were to throw anything down 30 flights of stairs, my family would fucking kill me.
Mine too.
That's
Laughing face.
Probably important.
How very perceptive of you.
Oh, you're both so cute.
What is that?
I think it's a family tree.
Looks like 3 family trees. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Lord and Lady Fellow.
Forte and piano.
Lord and Lady Remington. Unfortunately, it's Fellow and Pointer. Lord and Lady Pointer. There's Selena Stonetop, awesome. Flint Fellow, Felix Fellow. Flora Primstone and Richard Remington. I'm Sid Wellington. God damn it. Percival Pointer is the best name. Pandora
I don't know if
Pointer.
other people do that. I just really like poor audio quality.
I mean, that's chill.
Damien Dusk is a comic book sounding name.
I like that. I wish I had more cassettes. I want to try that now.
Buck Brackley.
What a name.
Maybe one side of the
Do you think he
family
still
is
lives
loud
here?
while the other is more soft-spoken.
That would be fucking great. Penelope Pointer.
Penelope Pointer.
Half Pointer, half Brackley.
Do you think she still lives here? Poppy Pointer.
She's half Remington and half Pointer.
Do you think she still lives here?
Fiona Fellow. Dead center. She must be important.
She's half Fellow and half Remington.
Do you think she still lives here?
Poppy Pointer sounds like a kid's show.
Lady Fellow.
Do these people not have first names?
These 6 probably don't anymore. Freya.
Freya Fellow.
The murder victim.
She's barely related to the main family at all.
Okay, interesting.
Do you think she still lives here?
Finally, we get to investigate a murder in a spooky mansion.
Okay, you're my favorite.
It's not that spooky, really.
Don't ruin this.
She's the best.
It's a big glass tube filled with water.
There are weeds in there. And sand.
It's an aquarium?
Could be. Except there's nothing living in it. Anymore. A door.
Oh, what's behind it?
A room.
It's not locked.
The fish did it.
The fish did
Stairs.
it.
Stairs.
I'm getting all kinds of shaggy
Stairs.
vibes from him. Laughing face. There's actually a 3D animated Japanese kids show called Popey the Performer.
Finally.
It's
we
a
get
strange
to
rabbit
ruin
hole
this.
to go down.
Alright. Fine game.
Let's head to the crime scene. It's at the top of the West Tower.
Fascinating.
Game's like, fucking get on with it. Oh, hey! What's up? Creepy?
Let's take a look at that painting first.
Why? I want to talk to her.
There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it.
Looks that way.
Freya was unable to finish this painting as she died sometime during the process. Flora appears to be wielding a knife. The red substance on the tip was discovered to be blood. Well, you don't know that. During the time of painting, it could have been paint. You don't know. Why she's holding a knife at all is honestly confusing.
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this great.
Not enough blood.
Maybe
Needs
it's
more.
just because she never got to finish it.
There's something wrong with the crime scene. And something really weird about the murder weapon.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
The red in the painting is paint, not blood, is Ace Attorney-ass logic.
Let's see. There's something very strange about the way Freya was killed. Freya Fellow was...
His face looks like he was caught doing something he wasn't supposed to and has to say sorry.
This doesn't seem right.
Paintbrush is completely covered in red paint because Freya put it there. Now,
Was the painting involved in the attack on Freya?
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with red paint because Freya put it there. That's not right.
Okay, apparently not. Apparently I'm wicked off. There's blood on the knife in the painting.
The painting isn't holding the knife.
Yeah, but...
Flora Fellow is holding a knife tipped with red paint because Freya put it there. That's not right either.
Seriously, I have to put blood? It's red paint.
Flora Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood because Freya put it there. That's not right either.
I think you're one off.
Huh?
Flora Fellow
That's
is holding a
lame.
knife tipped with blood, but it was removed from the scene. That's not right either.
My guess would be it's the portrait.
Josh, what do you mean by one off?
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with almost. Maybe just change one thing.
Yay.
Flora's portrait
Fuck
is
off.
holding a knife tipped with blood
No
because it stabbed Freya.
No shit, dude!
What?
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting? Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
I'm with Sally on this.
Freya was standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife.
Her problem is my
It's the murder
problem.
weapon.
Right, but it's not actually a knife. It can't stab.
See any other knives around here?
I
Case closed.
The case is not closed.
love her.
And even if you were right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
LOL.
She's my favorite. Okay, that's loud. Had to turn it up, and I turned it up too loud. The unfinished painting. Begin investigating Flora's death.
Too bad this isn't IB.
You're super cool.
Flora Fellow?
Oh, I love it.
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
A painting can be a suspect. Just look at Doodlebob.
Not sure.
Maybe she finished
She's
the painting
entitled to
then
her
stabbed
silence, I
herself.
suppose.
For now.
Okay, well, if she doesn't want to talk, are we gonna have to present stuff to her? Can I?
Did you ask Freya to paint this? Or was it her idea?
Take that.
What is that you're holding in the painting, Flora? Some people have been saying it's a knife.
It is. Okay, so this is kind of like... Okay, gotcha. Neat. Okay, so she probably has nothing
Were
to
you
say.
close with Freya?
Maybe it's a feather with a red
How are
tip.
you two related?
I know how they're related.
Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire.
What? I don't even think she's listening.
Oh, she's listening.
Anything we should know? Any hobbies? Besides
Plot twist.
staring out the
She
window?
doesn't speak English.
Oh my god, if she didn't speak English, I'd feel so bad.
Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora? I don't really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it. We'll just have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
Dang, okay.
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Was this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special?
She kinda
about
got
yesterday?
that Mr. Burns
Did
going.
you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope. But at least we can say we tried.
Alright. You enjoy your weird shit, Flora. You're a weirdo.
The outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like she fell onto her back. There's a single patch of blood, right in the middle. No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas,
So?
so she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
No weapon was found at the... Yeah.
Is that an egg? An egg with bird feet.
It's also covered in gemstones. What a completely ordinary object.
Okay, it's another
I think
puzzle.
it's a container for something.
Those gems look like they come off.
Oh, bejeweled.
Just a clue on the back. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh. The thick one is into that one.
This is usually where I mute the music when doing a Professor Layton puzzle. Laughing face.
So, okay. Okay, that's correct. That one, it doesn't matter because they're the same. The long end should be green, and the short end should be red. And then I can swap these two.
That's the one.
Hey, not bad.
All this abrupt flipping is making me dizzy.
Sorry.
Did it unlock? What's in there?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Well, I'm not leaving without a clue. An empty egg is a clue, right?
I mean, yeah, actually, that's super suspicious. Once unlocked, the egg can be opened. It's currently empty. The lining of the egg is a soft, velvet-like material. Kif, it's real velour. I've been watching way too much of that show. But in 6 days, I get to watch the new shit, and I'm so excited. The egg is supported by a stand made of brass. Definitely read that as bras.
It's the diabolical egg.
It is the diabolical
Maybe an egg was in it.
Except there's no poison in it. The egg is supported by a stand made of bras. It rests on 3 strange feet with pointed claws. I made that rhyme!
Hey, everyone. You have to drink water.
Thanks, take care, Lady Bot, but my water's
gramophone?
currently refrigerating.
I think so. Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
What?
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
That sounds cool, actually. I want one of those.
What about the cassette tape?
Yeah, it sure is. Ink.
To Freya.
Do you think it still works?
The gramophone? Yeah, we could give it a go.
Yeah, try it.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
That sounds like the bird tune, not the bird, the bell tune at the beginning. Creepy.
Reminds me a little of the Luigi's Mansion tune.
A little bit.
Unlike cassettes, I refuse to break anything vinyl related. It's too expensive.
Well, vinyls are, yeah.
It's piano music.
Durable tape.
I just noticed you can't see the in-game cursor when I say don't capture cursor. Whoops.
Thought that was Minecraft music for a moment.
Does sound like Minecraft music. Okay. Oh,
We're at the top of the tower, right?
that's
I
creepy.
think so. Why?
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
I was starting to think you were playing on a tablet or something.
Yeah, no, sorry. I do have one. I just set it to not capture the cursor. Okay, so can I go anywhere now? What is this? Is this the kitchen? Workshop. Who is this sad-looking fellow?
Sir? Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name. I'd rather like it. Felix Fellow at your beck and call.
And, this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh yeah? Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries,
love your
exploring
music.
new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures.
The
That's
animation
what
on
life
these
is all
sprites
about.
is so fucking
Secret
good.
rooms?
I agree. Oh my gosh, this game
Ch-
looks
speaking,
phenomenal.
you know, that sort of thing.
Okay, so there's a secret in this room, and it's
So,
probably a
Felix,
secret room.
what exactly do you, do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer.
Are you?
Explorer / treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Nice.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the Fellow family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is,
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
Oh, fuck off.
Maybe the wind blew him here.
Sorry, Twitch was like, blew him is not safe for work. And I'm like, no, he's just doing a Wizard of Oz.
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
Know about what?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here.
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate.
Twitch is worried about pressing
I
B.
regret that I can't be of any help. But I wish you all the best in your investigation.
That's such an
Hear that,
old
Grimoire?
reference,
We're done
Josh.
here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Hang on, let me turn my
it's-
microphone down.
There's not much to tell.
But you got it, and that's what
Mostly, I
matters.
was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
Anything out of the ordinary.
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent, perhaps. Uncertain, as life itself.
This whole place is out of the ordinary.
Right, fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case.
Creepy looking small
empty.
sprite.
I
As
want to
was
meet
the
her
garden
instantly.
beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course. Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
Backhand index pointing left.
So he's... Wait, whoa. I must have missed something. Did he... So he's dating Flora, right?
Does Flora normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away...
I've lost
in a
track of the
ceramic
whole
egg,
tree already.
It's because they don't want to be asked about it.
That's fair.
Rules to live by.
You know what? You know what? I respect the shit out
Talk
of you,
about
Felix.
opposites attract.
I respect you, good sir. You are a respectable young father.
It would have been a beautiful painting. It's rather a shame Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at.
It's a knife. I guess I should...
Rather ugly, isn't it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have not been kind to it either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history in some way, but I can't recall.
Okay, so I need to talk to a rabbit.
What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document?
You're a bitch.
Sounds dreadful.
I found it comforting.
Fair. I like him.
Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the
Everyone in
Remington
this game
family
is so
originally.
charming.
Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the Fellow family?
The Fellows and the Pointers have both come to claim a certain degree of ownership.
And who named it Tangle Tower?
Flora chose the name.
Really?
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
From what?
Fair.
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome.
Sounds like the name of a song I would write. X.
That's
I'm sick of them
extreme.
slandering that fish statue.
Yes,
That Tiktaalik is just trying to become a beloved musician.
I love the Tiktaalik.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Really?
That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Well, you're wrong about that one because that says Freya, but I'll talk to Poppy. He looks so sad.
It's a barometer, but it's broken.
I've never seen a barometer that wasn't broken.
What is a barometer?
Doesn't
Hammock.
it say to
It's
Freya?
kind of worn out.
I would politely describe it as lived in. It's a massive conch shell. Do you think there's a little crab living inside?
I hope so.
That's the best conversation this game is going to give me. The rest of the game means nothing. That's the greatest thing ever.
It's a magic lamp. Can we summon the genie?
LOL.
If we get really stuck, sure.
It's a giant pufferfish.
Fish?
Like Anemia, who was a street pufferfish.
Yes. It's also a lamp. For some reason.
It's Earth.
If Earth was made of paper and gave off a gentle pink light. Nice. A real treasure chest.
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it.
It's a great lamp design.
What's the deal with that painting
That's what
on the
happened to
front?
Mr. Puff.
Not sure. We should check that
Oh
treasure
no,
map
Mr.
too.
Puff. What is it?
You still remember that joke? That's awesome. Laughing face.
I loved that joke. It was great. Okay, yeah. So it's H6. Oh, wait, I can choose the direction. Never mind. I still think it's H6, but only because the others don't go in that direction. So it's H6 west.
I did it. What do I win?
Not bad.
I'm really good at puzzles. I love puzzle games. Yay! Someone tell Deb I say thank you for recommending this. This is fun.
What was
I
in the
had no
box?
idea what I was looking at.
More wooden models. These are a little
Come what
different to
may,
the one on the
puzzles
desk.
are there to be solved.
A true gentleman leaves no puzzle unsolved. God, I can't wait for Professor Layton and the New World of Steam. I just want a release date. Woo! Okay, so that's Freya, that's Flora. I don't know who this third one is. It might be Felix, but Felix has hair. I wonder why he's building
A little hand-painted statue.
How can you tell it's hand-painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
Don't make fun of a D&D player. Damn. Okay, so I want to find out who did. That's for sure Felix. For sure that's Felix. So wait, then who's this? Who's the other guy? I'm gonna have to go meet him.
It's a drinking horn.
Is it full of ale? Or mead, maybe?
Right now, it's just full of dust.
Oh.
Drink it anyways,
Oh,
you coward.
good.
Map. With
They're
a dotted
already
line
painted. I
and
already
an
have enough
X
unpainted
marked on it.
Warhammer 40k figures.
Dude, invite me to your house. We can do a painting party.
That's a very boring way to describe
Dude, that'd be
treasure map.
so much fun. For like a birthday or something, we could all come down and just paint all your Warhammer figures. That'd be so cool.
The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
That's so kick-ass. This guy is kick-ass. I love him.
Shelf junk.
It's a ship!
A little mirror.
Definitely cursed.
It's not cursed. Not everything is cursed.
Yeah.
The entire room is made
Oh,
of
it's not.
wood.
It's the actual hull.
It's just a little cursed.
Just a little bit. Alright, I really want to meet that girl. The emo chick? Oh my gosh, I want to meet her so bad. Oh, it's Freya's room. Cool. Alright, let's investigate.
It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
Oh, nice. I want to keep a bug.
Not the kind of lamp I choose for my bedroom, but fair enough.
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment or something.
She's a weirdo.
There's no natural light in here at all.
I like it. That painting is really something.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
Small photograph of Freya's abstract painting. A piece of adhesive tape is stuck on it. Lines have been drawn around, in black ink around the edges. Interesting.
It's a little wooden box for paintbrushes.
To the casual observer, maybe. They're not real paintbrushes. Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
All the curse does is make you see the world 3 to 5% more green. Nothing fatal, just an annoyance.
Let's see. Okay. Let's see how these pieces go together. Can I rotate these pieces at all? No, I don't think I can.
Can you mess with the brushes?
Yeah, I can. I just don't want to yet, because...
Dang, now the music sounds like Professor Layton.
the music's super good. I love it. Alright, let's see. I need them to line up, so... There must be something I'm super good.
I think the duck-shaped piece goes to the right of the green rock.
You mean this one?
Yep.
It can't, because the corner doesn't let it go any further. Oh, you mean, wait, oh, I'm dumb. You're right, it does this. It does this, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay, so...
Not trying to be a backseat puzzle solver or anything.
No, I need
Grinning
it.
face with sweat.
Sometimes I think in a very, what's the word? Can't think of the word.
Stuck?
Like, rigid way, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Can I make this smaller? Oh! Nothing goes any taller or shorter, so...
Just need to swap the left and right side.
Huh? Like this? Oh!
What is up with those sound effects? Laughing face.
Jesus, how did it not click with me that they still went together? Just... Jesus. Okay, Clover. Christ. Alright. So, on this side is orange.
Yahoo.
And it's the tallest one. This one, it's green, and it's the second tallest. This is pink with the middle, so this goes there. Blue has to go in here.
That's done it.
Neat.
Nice.
What was
Thank
in the
you.
box?
I never would have actually gotten that without you.
Just a photograph. Well, most of a
Epic.
photograph.
Ooh. Two young girls, one with red hair. That's not green, but one with green hair. Okay, interesting. So it's Freya and someone else.
It's a fish, I think?
I think it looks more like a whale.
Fine, it's a whale.
Could also be a shark. Freya's bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
Aww.
Drawings, taped up on the wall.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like two people standing together in a garden.
Here in
One
the
of them's
garden.
holding a red rose.
Let's play a game. I'll show you how it's done. Fifi. He's holding a red rose, drawing a young woman in a drawing of someone in a cloak.
Freya's plants. They must not need sunlight? Do you think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No windows either. That's weird.
What did you find in the drawers?
Nothing. They're completely empty. Brushes, pencils,
They're clean, but they look pretty well used.
brushes.
They're clean, but they...
Even though we're halfway up a tower,
The game
someone's been
visuals
tracking
are
him
really
out from
good and the
outside.
mystery is interesting, but I know damn well I would be stuck on these puzzles for way longer than I should be.
Painting supplies.
Freya's plants. They must not... A pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate. It's Freya's bed. A little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
And I'm guessing the game doesn't give you hints?
I think it does. I just am choosing not to.
Do you
use
think
them.
there's
I
no
don't know.
windows either?
I wonder if... Okay, did it give me the thing? No. I want to talk to Flora. She won't talk to us. I want to check this again.
What?
I think it's a...
Flora fellow is down here. Do you think part of why Freya was murdered was because Lord Fellow had an affair with Selena Stonetop? Because it looks like Lord and Lady Fellow had Flint and Felix.
Boopity boop boop oya oya.
But then Lord Fellow also had Felicia Fellow with Selena. So Freya is only barely a fellow.
Who is to say who came first?
Well, given that she's lower, it's possible that she's second? Because I want to believe that Fiona is older than Freya. Because Flora and Felix are her parents. And Flora... Oh, wait, no. Flora is the one everyone suspects of murder. So maybe not. Maybe they're just bros. Okay, so we should probably go talk to Fiona. Alright, whose room is this?
BRB.
Hello, little redhead.
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you, miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me.
Oh no? How come?
Because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis? About the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist, inventor, innovator.
Sure, okay.
She can see to both her left and right at the same time.
Yeah, she's a weirdo. Hey, what do you know about this photo?
Oh, are you
It's my
going off on a
favorite
vacation? Have fun.
So, why'd you rip it
Yeah,
in
I'm going
half?
on vacation in
That
29.
was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a third.
Okay, so a third. Okay.
The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp.
Okay, so you don't know
Have you
anything about it.
deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are?
I mean, I am. I don't know
If
about
you just told me where you were going, I didn't catch
You
it
will
as
need
the
to be
game
more
drowned you out,
specific.
lol.
Oneself cannot be summarized
I'll
in a
turn
single
the game down a
response
little bit.
without doing
I'm going
one
to New
a great
Brunswick.
disservice.
So
to
true.
see family.
Well,
Because my grandpa's
you're a fellow.
dying.
So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix, but you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro... something or other?
Microbiologist.
Oh, give him my
But
regards,
it is an
and I hope it's a
insignificant
good
label.
time
My
nonetheless.
studies
I do
cannot be
too. I'm gonna make them
categorized
my
in any
favorite
one
food
recognized
for dinner
field.
one night. It's
What
my
made you
favorite
want
thing
to become
ever,
a
and I'm
scientist?
super
Me
excited
too.
to make it for everyone.
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the
Welcome back,
microscopic.
James.
I constructed my first one at age 10.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12.
I didn't
Not
actually
satisfied
leave
with
yet.
The eyeglasses prescribed
Laughing
to me,
face.
I designed this custom lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing.
Do it then. What you gotta go do, James?
What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes.
Just
However,
move my computer.
You were too slow.
Ah.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
Oh.
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh.
Oh, sweetie.
Good.
Grimoire! Buddy!
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
Fair.
She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was
LOL.
waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
Okay.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
Oh, sweetie.
Name, Freya Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, artist.
Little robot
Deceased.
scientist. Hey, everyone.
Understand this.
You have to drink
Most
water.
people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became, 1, increasingly independent, and 2, increasingly isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The three of you are friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
I need to meet
Sounds
Poppy
like quite a
immediately.
team.
I'll talk to you more
Fifi's
later.
bedroom should be unlocked now.
Can't wait.
Why does she have chandeliers?
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written on the can.
That's even worse.
It's a magnifying glass. A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You couldn't pull off a pipe.
Probably a drink she invented.
Fifi's
Probably.
got something
Yes.
pinned up here.
What is all this?
Is that supposed to be me? Why do I look so angry?
That's just the face you make when you're thinking. It does make you wonder, though. When did Fifi draw all this?
Don't
That's you,
worry,
Sally.
it's just
What?
plutonium
I
the
do
American
not look
government
like
put
that.
in there.
Do I?
Who's that?
Not sure.
That's Felix.
I think that's supposed to be Felix.
Who is that?
No idea. That's gotta be Flora.
I think this is a shipping table.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
We don't talk about
Freya?
Flora.
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself. It looks like a microscope. A big one.
Can I touch it? I'm not sure.
Well, I didn't read that. Wait, whoa.
Suddenly, the Santa Claus too. I just noticed the tiny pluses and minuses on the lenses.
Oh, you're right.
Lovely brass accompaniment here. And woodwinds.
Okay. This is weird.
I guess that's
The
wrong.
4 lenses all have different, so they must each have a specific position along.
Yeah, I figured that much out, game. Thanks. Too much. I don't think that the +3 is used anywhere here, but I also don't think the +1 is used here anywhere. And the minus sure as shit isn't, because it keeps subtracting everything, unless it's used for this. Oh! Shit! I'm wrong. Okay, cool. That's so neat. Okay. Oh, that's so cool. That's cool. Look at that. That's neat. Okay. Okay. So these two need to be together then, to make another -2. Dude! Dude, this rules. Okay.
Sorry, I'm kinda lost on this one. Smirking face.
Okay,
The minus is for the bigger pieces and the plus is for the smaller pieces to replicate the key at the bottom is my guess.
yeah, I figured that out. I just have no idea how to do that with the pieces that have been given to me.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's fine.
Nope.
You need to magnify different parts of the image. Looks like you might need to overlap some of
Yeah,
the lenses.
thanks. I know. I wonder, can it do both? Yes. Okay, this is gonna get... You know what?
Set the puzzle.
Hmm.
Just gonna rest my brain.
I'm gonna come back to that because that's way harder.
Homemade post. This one's about the Pythagoras theorem.
I've not heard of that band. Are they any good?
It's Pythagorean, but okay.
SNRK.
Let's see what's in here. Who are you? You're pretty.
Whoa, nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
Oh, I like this
I'm
guy.
Sally, and this is my sidekick Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective.
Long neck.
This is a joke. It's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh, nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya Fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client.
That's a yes.
Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do.
You're rude.
Wow. Rude.
It's
I
not
like
in my
you, though.
interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
You totally committed
well.
the murder.
Let us make a small exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours. 5.5 days.
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that.
5 days.
Now,
okay,
I
so
shall
she's
permit
probably
you
not here
one
for the
more
Freya
question.
case?
What crime are you...
How'd you get
Holy
that
shit,
start?
that's the voice for the part 6 Joe bro.
You really think so?
Aww. I think your scar is cool.
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers was one of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but
That's
a
a
thin
scar?
layer of dust
Dang.
and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite.
Okay, I need your statement.
Towards the
then.
early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the Fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the Fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear. But sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
Okay, interesting.
Have you deciphered
Hawkshaw
the
is
meaning
making
of
me
those
think
four
of several
symbols on the
different
heart?
characters, and I can't name
Working
any
on
of them.
it.
That's a
Laughing
no,
face.
then. A photograph of Freya. Could be important.
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking.
I
She must have
wasn't.
done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others anyway.
I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference. I'd tell him not to quit his day job, but he hasn't got one.
She definitely
has
has a Brick Van Zeek's atmosphere.
A little
These
bit.
figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
I love Grimoire.
Careful what you wish
consider
for.
this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint.
I like Hawkshaw.
You got it open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
I mean, like someone
empty
got
yesterday,
murdered.
too.
I wouldn't consider
was.
that fun.
Perhaps it's
LOL.
always been empty. A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
Boring.
I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw it last.
That's what you say when you don't
Makes
listen to
quite an
music.
impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a
It
knife
sounded
anywhere in
like
Flora's
she
room,
broke
did you?
glass in
I did
reaction
not.
to that
I
question.
conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course, it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
A detective's job is to examine every avenue of thinking.
Good lord.
Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal
Hawkshaw is my
evidence,
second
perhaps?
favorite character.
She rules. I like
Tangle
her.
Once you
Tower.
eliminate the
No
impossible,
idea why they
only the
insist
truth
on calling it
remains.
that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary for anything like that. I
Boring.
was disappointed too.
Thank you. We're gone. There was someone in the greenhouse, she said, a gardener.
Who the fuck
Oh!
calls these people ordinary?
Sally, don't move. We're being watched.
Jason
Yeah, I see him.
Voorhees.
He's a little too big to hide in the bushes.
Looks more like a blue room.
What's up, dude?
Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
He's adorable.
Right, sorry. Sorry.
That's better.
I love
I'm
him.
Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
Oh, he's cute. I like
And why are you so tall?
I don't know.
That's a rude question to ask. Oh, buddy. I love you.
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to
Nah,
do it.
way too
It's
normal
just
looking to be
my
Jason.
Area of
Jason was a
interest.
disfigured
What's
zombie.
the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what? Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Could you say that again, but like condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA. Sometimes.
Alteration? Like mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And
Radioactive
you're the local
water.
expert on all this stuff?
Creepy.
No. I'm just the gardener.
I love him.
I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later.
He's
She
the guy.
likes looking at the
He's
flowers,
definitely
I think.
the guy.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
What do you think? A murder happened!
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human. We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me.
Rude.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long.
Well, fuck her.
But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
Good. So she has respect, I guess. Thanks, dude. You rule.
She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Awesome.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind.
She's a weirdo. I like her.
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, that's... It was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see. Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
Funny.
Not sure. If you find out, maybe you can
The
let
pause
me know.
before things that would eat them gives me the impression that someone in the house eats the plants
I
here.
like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone. Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I was just about to say the same thing.
She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me, I can tell.
I love you. You're the best.
It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
2 people isn't a crowd.
Right, but if she
3
was
is.
in the photo, then it'd be 3.
Checkmate.
That's quite sweet, really. Felix made that? Huh. Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although, the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you? In the rooftop garden, I think?
And Poppy.
With Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done?
They're totally dating. Okay.
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the fellow tower.
Thank
This
you.
could be interesting.
Sure.
Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
Well, I mean...
Doesn't need to be. It's locked. It's a combination lock.
Ooh.
Sort of.
Another puzzle.
Does each character say something different about each item you present them with? Dang.
Probably. Let's see. That's a spade. No, that's this symbol. Okay, it does go together in multiple ways.
Fancy.
That's done it.
Neat.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh. That's kind of ominous.
Poppy and Fitz. It's the same as the heart that we saw in the entrance.
An empty glass and an empty plate.
Empty chairs at empty tables, where my friends have come and gone. I totally got that melody wrong. I'm sorry, Devin.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
I don't know.
It's a little handmade card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front. Inside it says, to Fitz.
I think
from
his
PP.
minimalist aesthetic would be better with no bed frame.
Doesn't
Like if
look
you're
soft.
going to have barely anything in your room. Double down on it.
Oh, wow.
What?
It's a big empty space.
It's got a padlock.
It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
It's a... Oh.
Nothing. Still,
Tiles have all got that.
those moon symbols in the
Maybe
slot.
they're connected. But
Nope. It's not.
maybe the information we need isn't here.
So where is it?
Somewhere else.
Okay, I probably can't
Let's
open
come
this
back
yet.
once we know.
Okay, that's fine. I'm pretty sure it's just the garden back there, so... I want to find Poppy.
She's such a big help.
I need to talk to this woman. There she is!
Are you a ghost?
Sally! That's rude!
Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
Flushed face.
No,
what's your name?
my name is Poppy. I'm a pointer. And a pianist.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice.
I love her.
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable. Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that? Is that a gardening trowel?
Yeah. I
Ouch.
think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh. Never seen him use it. This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to
Hey,
Freya about
everyone.
a year ago.
You
What
have
was
to
on
drink
it?
water.
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
Interesting.
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly.
Oh, how nice. Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think. Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody?
That's fair.
What do you make of this statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely.
Sure, everyone's
See
got
how
a
old
pink
this
cassette
statue
tape.
is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird.
I wonder if the statue is gonna be based on positionings in the tower. Like the piano will be at the bottom because the music room is at the bottom of the tower.
There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell, the blade went in at an exact right angle, perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too peaceful.
I love her.
So there are two families living in Tangle Tower?
Mm-hmm. 3 pointers and 5 fellows. 4 fellows.
What's the connection between them?
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora is a Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So the Fellows and the Pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you ask, that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart after my mother left.
Where's your mother now?
Prim isn't
No
here.
idea. When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife, with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. Wish I'd never said anything.
It is important, actually. She brings up a good point. There's only 2 places in Flora's room that have blood on it. And it's the painting and the floor. So, something had to have happened. Someone had to either somehow it got on the painting only on the knife by some fucking miracle chance, or someone put blood on the painting. So I'm willing to put on either.
What was inside?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Huh. It was my mother's originally.
So why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes.
Okay.
I think everybody sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a recurring nightmare.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare,
Deep.
why would you paint it and leave it in front of your bed?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes.
I love this girl.
Softly does the flower grow.
Okay, yeah, they're
all
dating.
in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way.
Yeah, they for sure want to date. I don't think they can, because I think in some way they're related.
Okay, then.
That's me. I'm on a list of murder suspects. Always thought that would be kinda cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing with the shifting form of feeling. Stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space.
I love her.
Between the lips a silver spoon, a story written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a maze. Foregone drifter, holding fast, days as shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender, accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom some four walls make round a room?
I
With
fucking love
surging
this
tide,
girl.
the waves are thrown, an entity.
I think my brain
on
just
its
went
own.
kaboom.
But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will.
You're a fucking weirdo. I love you.
Hard of head, but free of mind, unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond, behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be.
Give me a sec. Sorry, that one hit a little hard. That one hit a little bit hard.
Same.
I'm fine.
I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
Two of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away. Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi... things are more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer.
That's fair.
3.5 hours of piano practice, soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but
I can relate.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No. Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side.
God.
He's been teaching me about flowers.
Cute.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that.
They were grim. Buddy.
To making mistakes in private,
They were kissing.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower. So we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there. So I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me.
Same.
She got
I tend to
angry.
practice
First
guitar
time
at the
I've ever seen
cemetery.
her angry.
The only people
I
there
dragged her out
literally
into the
couldn't
hall.
care about my
My
mistakes.
father was there too, for some reason. The three of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
So nobody
That's
went
it.
downstairs before she did?
Apparently.
All right. Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
I wonder what's in there.
I want to go to her room instantly. I want to see how gothic this room is. I want to know everything about this woman. Oh my god, she has an octopus
It's
chandelier.
an octopus.
No, it's not. It has 6 legs, not 8.
Shut up, then it's a squid. Who
Don't say it.
cares?
Sextopus.
Sally and I...
There's a
MM.
name for this kind of piano. You know, these ones that stand upright. Sheet music, presumably for piano.
It's only
It's an
notes.
upright piano.
I'd barely even call that music.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
I want to find a cemetery to practice music in. Okay.
The lamp.
This is the music. This is the music that's on the thing. The fucking... where is it? The fucking...
Neat.
This.
A big glass door leads out into a garden. Somehow,
There's a little mechanism.
I think I know.
something happened.
That must be it. And the door's still locked.
I
Okay.
still feel like we made some sort of progress.
Okay. So, I'm gonna write this down in some,
A 3C 3D 2D4.
That is the bed of a vampire.
That's the bed of a treble clef
I
user.
thought vampires slept in coffins.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back.
You can put lumbar support in a coffin.
It's a metronome for keeping time.
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
And a clock, apparently.
Oh,
Reset the puzzle.
okay.
Reset the puzzle.
I'll come back.
I know
later.
what it is. I just
Sheet
need
music.
to look
Yeah, it's
at it
been
again.
framed though. Must be important for some reason.
I hate puzzles like that.
E. No, sorry. No, yes, it is. E. D. E.
Me too.
It's a metronome.
Okay.
Reset the puzzle.
Okay, so...
I always end up button mashing until they fit themselves.
Oh, I was wrong.
nothing.
We can't rotate the pendulums directly. We just have to use the button.
Still locked.
The symbols on the buttons look pretty similar to the ones...
Yeah, I think they're the same symbols.
Wasn't the second one in the box shape already?
Reset the puzzle?
Oh, wait, I'm stupid.
That's done it.
Neat.
Sorry, I saw the music sheet and I thought it was used for more than just the overall mystery.
What happened?
Wow.
Little hatch unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. It's a photograph. Part of a photograph.
So yeah, okay, so that's part of the other one.
There's something about that pink cassette tape. Something.
Oh, weird.
Suspicious.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
Hell yeah.
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this?
I wish it was acid
Cassettes have been
jazz.
redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
Oh, I doubt that.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
No,
We
I
need a
have
clue to
proof.
compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors.
I have it. It's this.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Persona 5 is the reason why I know of the existence of acid jazz.
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old
Holy
photo.
smokes, I didn't catch that connection at all.
That is not me.
Yes,
yeah,
it is.
I'll prove it. You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward. Poppy hates Fifi and Freya now.
You sure about that?
Not
Not
entirely.
entirely.
I think the answer is pretty Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
Interesting. I'm gonna go talk to this dude real fast. Just because I want to know what he has to say about Poppy.
Any idea who this is?
No idea. Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course.
This guy's just a big old softy. I wanted to send you...
Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Dark clothes, blue hair, an average
I'd
of
better
3
be
words
going
per
now.
sentence.
Best of
Like
luck.
2 peas in a pod.
Have a good
She's very
day,
kind,
Jane.
and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong?
Oh, I totally should have. Okay. Have a good day, dude. I'm out. Yeah, so there's 2 more rooms I can investigate for now. Hello, Miss Big Arms.
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a
Oh,
little
what the
saffron
fuck?
green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear.
Bird.
What shade
Yai.
do you use? It's lovely. And that shape. You're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored.
They should be,
We
though.
prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Said MR red
Short for
hair.
Penelope?
I
Officially,
love
yes,
her.
but I never can be bothered with all
Mister,
those syllables
it's
of it.
Mrs.
Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel.
I'm
and
talking
nearly
about
all my
Grimoire.
friends
There is no
are birds.
fucking way you are in your
Travel.
20s.
Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the
Oh,
field?
Grimoire, gotcha.
No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be
Hi, hi.
apart.
Who are you
Hey,
talking about?
Dev.
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz. He's
Oh.
not really the traveling type, you see.
What?
Fitz fellow.
The very one.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
Hi.
I'm not especially interested
Wait.
in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our 2 families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
You're... No. I'm offended. I'm offended. You have offended me, madam. You are beautiful and you have gorgeous red hair, and I think that your weird arm things are beautiful, but you have offended me. You're not allowed to date Fitz. That's against the rules. You can date Felix. I don't give a shit about Felix. You date Fitz, you die. You date that's the rules here. You date Fitz, you die. Okay? And you know why? It's because that girl down here, this one right here, deserves Felix. Fitz, not Felix. Fuck Felix. I don't care about him. Oh my gosh. Okay.
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
I didn't actually mean to stop talking to you.
I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there. Crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest.
I wish they allowed you
That
to
and has a
interview the
great deal
birds.
of work to do every day, watering, pruning, mulching,
True.
whatever
I'd
that is.
love to
Do you
see
help
them.
him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
Uh-huh.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course, and they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I.
You're
Sometime in the
lonely.
evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know.
You know what I've
So he and I both
noticed?
returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
A lot of people seem to forget that Flora was in the room until we pointed out. And then people say, oh yeah, Flora was there. It makes me wonder if Flora wasn't actually in the room, and it's just us telling us that they're like, oh yeah, she's supposed to be there.
A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it. I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves.
You know,
between you and me, I think
so the
Felix
theory is that
secretly
they're all
rather
hiding the fact that Flora was not in the room?
I think so. Because everybody seems
She
to
mostly
forget
ignores
except for
me, if
Fifi,
I'm honest.
who seemed to
How
remember
come?
immediately.
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh. I mean, well, you don't need to.
No, no. It's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it.
Gross.
She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Well, your
Which
appearance
part?
is weird.
The giant bird arms, or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow.
Wow, you're mean.
I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Okay, so Uncle
Professor Pointer?
Pointer's probably
Why him?
the client.
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility. Did you not know that?
Okay.
She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it.
Okay,
Thanks.
Lysandra is fucking
For my
amazing for a
21st
bird.
birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her, but she had a way of understanding unspoken things.
I find it weird that Freya is gone. It seems like everyone seems to like her so a lot.
Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input. Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she? Wait, is that me? Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Naturally.
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake.
You're
Looks like one
just
too.
jealous.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it.
Well, fuck you. Damn, bitch.
My little
Hey,
writing desk.
everyone.
It's got
There's
You have
nothing
to
written in the
drink
book,
water.
Although someone's torn a page out of the middle.
I don't like you. I trust Poppy more than I'll ever trust you, and I'm gonna go talk to her and talk shit about you right now, even though I probably don't have to. I just want to. Fuck you.
Feathers flashing in the light, from a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage.
God, I love the... Sorry, I need to hear the Freya one more time. It made me so...
Heart of head, but free of mind. Unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond. Behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied. It's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be.
I don't know why I do this to myself, but that makes me cry now. Anytime I hear the Freya thing, it makes me so sad. Fitz, talk to me. Tell me you hate your
That
fiancé.
gave me chills, holy shit.
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good. It's good.
He totally wants to dump her ass. Anyways, I'm gonna do this before I forget. I know there are a couple rooms I still have to go to, but I want to unlock this, because I do remember.
It's locked.
I
we
thought
are.
something by the hand.
It made a noise.
I guess that was right. Finally, it's open.
Whatever's on the other side better be worth it.
Guys, stop being so impatient. Damn. Beautiful.
It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
He's playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue. And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
You don't know, that might be Bluetooth. Interesting. Okay.
It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly.
A little water feature.
I love the little grin he does. It's really cute.
It's making me sleepy.
Wonder how it's hooked up. A little pond.
It looks really, really deep for some reason.
Can we swim in it?
See those metal bars around the edges, too?
Oh, yeah. What are you supposed to for?
Preventing me from
Those little
swimming in
fish
it?
bards are the MVPs of this game.
The fishes
Nothing
are great.
anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
Bug.
That's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon.
Birds.
Trees. On a roof.
In a garden.
In a garden. On a roof.
Yeah, rooftop gardens
Oh, good.
exist.
A bridge. I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that tiny, tiny pond.
Dude has never heard of beautiful things
Not
before.
all bridges are about getting across stuff.
Thank you, Sally.
More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some special
Shut up,
significance,
phone.
or the sculptor was just really lazy.
Both.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
The door into Poppy's room.
So only Poppy and Fitz can get into the garden?
I guess so.
They're totally having an affair.
Giant stone frog.
He's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
But I also want to read that.
Giant stone frog. Love it.
He's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't
I just
snowflakes.
wanted to hear her
They're
say
feathers.
the frog thing, because she's right.
It's so relaxing. I might just stay here.
Oh, shall I go finish the investigation on my own?
Sure.
That'd be great.
Careful, we're pretty high up.
Yeah, we're on a roof.
I don't think there's anything else here, but it is cool. Alright, so yeah, let's go into Poppy's room or whatever. Penelope, Penny, whatever. There are so many birds!
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it.
I should probably take my pill before I forget to go back. If I don't take my pill, I'm gonna be upset. Alright, give me a second.
Yay, more birds. Bird. Bird. Bird.
Probably the bird in it that laid the eggs.
It just feels out of place.
Yeah, it's when it fits as flowers. Brightly colored flower with an unusual shape. It looks very healthy and well looked after. Soil in the pot looks fresh and moist. There's also an unusual blue color.
A little tea set. Looks recently used.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed. A little bedtime reading?
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and...
What?
This one appears to be both.
Nice.
Nice.
Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them. It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds?
No, those are... Oh.
Nope. They're wooden.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
I don't think we know what we
There must
need.
be something to do with those white lines.
Oh. Oh! Oh! Oh, 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 oh.
That's the one.
Hey, not bad.
It's color theory.
Did the door open? What's in there?
Huh?
Now I'll get her. The birds
You
were all,
smart.
Yeah, the birds were all like yellow and blue make green, green and white make light green, and red and green make brown because they don't mix. Because they're because on the color wheel that I learned in the 6th grade, they're actually on the opposite ends of the spectrum, which means that they can't mix in any way. I love puzzle games! This is good! Oh god, I needed this. This is fun. Now I'll get her? That's creepy as shit.
Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
The mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a comforting sentence.
We already solved it.
Yeah, I want to look at it again. Shut up.
Looks like nature invited itself in. Rude. Looks like nature invited itself in. Rude.
That's a screenshot. I need this is good. This game is so charming. Alright, there's one place we haven't been yet. Okay.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So quiet, and yet so loud.
What are they whispering about?
Oh,
Are they
he's
spreading rumors
crazy.
about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
This man has a house's
Well
roof on his
observed,
head.
my dear. Tangle Tower is something
Is this
of
an
a
astronomy
duality,
tower
as it
or an
happens.
astrology tower?
Meaningless boundaries, really.
don't know.
They exist only in our minds.
This dude's a
Helpful.
freak.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the
Maybe
current
he
head
wants
of
to
the
be
Pointer
head of the
family.
house.
And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years.
Bro.
Published 17 books.
Bruh.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return.
What?
Nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Okay.
Tell the Cosmos I say hi.
Neat.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
Okay,
For
good.
how long?
Astronomy's
I can't
cool.
say.
If it was
I've been
astrology,
known to lose
I would have said he
hours
did
at my
it.
Me too.
telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
The only
Quite.
time.
Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the Fellow Tower later that evening.
The thing about astrology with me is that it's fine if you just want to know my sign for the sake of just knowing it. But the moment you attribute any actual value to the symbols and the star signs and shit is the moment I'm like, alright, I don't want to be around you.
I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming
It's a
out of the
problem when
library.
it informs
She
other
looked
decisions.
impatient
Exactly.
and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to
Yeah,
help?
with the logic of
Don't
astrology.
take this the wrong way,
That would mean
but
Dwayne The
whole
Rock
ordeal
Johnson,
is fellow
Janet
family
Jackson, and
business.
Adolf Hitler all
I'm
have the
quite sure
same
they don't need me
personalities.
getting in the way at a
Exactly.
time like that.
Okay, so only 2 people.
A listless soul drifting through the ether.
Okay.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end. He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
I was gonna
Oh,
say,
no,
one
we're
in
the
the Fellow
best of
family.
friends.
Sorry, no one in the Pointer family seems to like Felix at all.
Ah, yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her.
Dude.
Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous. Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths.
Rivals.
Literally. Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you.
Dick.
Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her. But I think she was captivated by
Did I miss the reason
tangible
Hawkshaw's
things here
reason
on
for
Earth.
being here?
My
No,
daughter loved
Hawkshaw
her.
has yet
Fiona
to be...
too.
I know
That
Pointer
said,
calls
in
him
the last
in.
year or so, more and more I've begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she did. What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived.
It was an affair. So Fitz is a bastard child.
I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter instead?
Stop.
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this moment in time, until she marries the gardener.
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows.
Okay, so
Like
this...
rats deserting a sinking ship.
Jesus, dude.
My Poppy, my pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. She... Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Oh, no. I can personally vouch for her innocence. She never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away. She went away.
Okay, that's weirdly unspecific.
What a precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she?
Who?
Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I don't either. Oh, my. This is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano. Primrose, that is Poppy's mother. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course.
I think
Warms
I know
my
I
heart to know that after
Hawkshaw is
everything,
here.
Poppy still has it up on her wall. Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either.
Well, I'm a detective, so fuck you.
What's the Hawkshaw theory?
I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
I know,
Oh,
okay.
yeah?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar.
Well, fuck you. I don't like you. I don't like this guy. This guy's mean. Every other Pointer seems to be fine with the other with the Fellows. But it's just this bitch. Anyways, my theory is that Hawkshaw was hired by him to find Penelope, since he's saying that Penelope just disappeared.
A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone.
Primrose.
The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is.
Primrose, yeah.
Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the moment. It was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
Well, she can, but then she'll never have a baby.
Pointer property originally.
You gotta fertilize that with something.
By the fellows. Typical.
Fuck off.
I haven't seen that tape for a long time. Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well. Possessions are fleeting, my friends. Isn't the process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
Paintings with blood on them aren't inherently bad. I follow this artist named Maxime Tacardi who uses his own blood for his paintings, and they're awesome.
Information, is it?
It's enough. So which one is Tangle Tower?
What's that?
There are 2 towers, right? Flora's Tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the house?
The whole thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
With Felix, you mean? Her husband?
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit, you see. I don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in over a decade.
You know, I've always wanted one of those.
A mechanical solar system? What would you do with it?
I would look at it.
For
Wait
sure.
a minute.
Okay.
Earth in the middle, sun on the outside. How old is this thing?
Rotate the sun, the moon around the middle. Oh, weird. Okay, mad. What? Am I... Oh, wait. Okay, I see. Weird. But I can do it. I do that. Oh, super weird. Okay, cool.
If I had a mechanical solar system, I would pretend I'm some sort of eldritch deity and destroy the planets one by one.
Nailed it.
No, that was it.
Nice work. Did you hear that? Something unlocked.
There's a little hatch underneath? What's in there?
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
It's a golden dung beetle. Golden beetle, named for its exoskeleton composed of mineral approximately 90% identical to gold, has a lifespan of several years. Fends off predators with a loud hiss, records of over 95 decibels, and by being completely indigestible. Well, that makes sense. This mistid has somewhat spurious reputation for causing ill fortune to those who see it. Well, I know about iridescent glint beetles from Pikmin. Do you have something to say about this?
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
That's mad suspicious. Okay, well, let's go talk to Hawkshaw then. We should search the main entrance?
The most innocent silence ever.
As in here? Oh, hey.
Is that an envelope?
It's been opened, but the letter's still in there. Let's read it.
Isn't that an invasion of someone's privacy?
No, definitely.
At least he's honest. The combination is drawn on the other sheet. Once you have it memorized, destroy it. I do not agree with your reasons. You will not find it down there.
Huh, there's a heart. I didn't know people...
PPFF. Oh.
What?
Oh,
yeah.
Tour.
Should we ring the doorbell?
Why would we not? It's a little melody.
Yeah, that's...
Do you think he'll start to move?
No, I think... It looks like someone tried to chop it down, but then gave up.
Can you blame them?
Why build a house here anyway?
I'm sure they had their reasons.
Yeah, okay. We should go talk to Hawkshaw. Yo. Man, I didn't talk
Professor Pointer is a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
Freya Fellow is of great interest to me.
Why?
I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower.
Interesting.
Within a day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
What signs?
What?
I do not wish to do your job for you, Detective.
What?
I find her rather embarrassing. Little more than a spoiled child.
Who, the brat?
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse. Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite. I'll say this. He's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse. But I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers. In secret.
Whoa, scandal.
I just wonder if he's getting restless.
Gross.
314 cases solved.
Nice.
314.
Show rules.
Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
Same.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps. An hour here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky. Did you get anything useful out of him?
Nope.
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious.
Fair.
Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition. No focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely.
She's only 19. Yeah, she's 19, my dude. But also, to her defense, she's still very young. It's not like she's 37 or whatever. Like, Felix is probably 40-something. I'd say he's probably
more of that weird lake water.
Really makes me wonder how this structure is supported. Yeah, are we on an island or what?
Beats me.
It's Tangle Tower. Or at least it's the mansion at the base of Tangle Tower.
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point, but someone scratched it off.
I need to talk to Flora.
Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something? Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya? She's acting pretty suspicious if you ask me.
I don't know. Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible?
I really don't think she was there. I really don't think she was there because...
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
Yeah, let's do it.
Hey, everyone. You have to drink water.
Okay, why did we have to go all the way back here to... I guess because her thing is there?
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. It lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs. They're just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase,
So
crossed
only
the
one
hall, and begun
thing stands
up the
out
fellow
to me.
staircase. As I was passing
Pause,
through the front
pause.
door, Penelope called out from behind me.
There's only one thing that's standing out to me, and it's that no one is corroborating the second set of footsteps that Felix heard before he went upstairs. So either Felix is lying and there was only one set, or someone else is lying and they left before
I inquired
Felix
about
got
the
there.
professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
Or it was
I
Flora.
recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
It could have
We left the
been.
room,
That's
and
true.
Poppy's father was waiting outside.
That's true. Oh my
He followed
god,
us
that would
upstairs.
actually go with my theory
Ran
that
up the
Fiona
stairs,
wasn't,
hoping
that
to
Flora
catch up
wasn't
with
actually
him,
in the
but
fucking
Felix
room.
appeared and blocked my path.
The second
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope.
Flora
She
wasn't in
was
the
heading
room.
up the fellow tower
Because
to
everyone
find
keeps
Professor Pointer.
keeps forgetting to bring her up.
I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
Nope.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
Nope, there is one thing that I don't get. And it's Fitz's story. Because Fitz said that he heard two things. The only thing we haven't heard is the actual statement. Okay.
Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. Oh, yes. Been married over 20 years now.
You two still get on?
Of course. What a question.
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of 3. Always
Like
something
my
of
mom.
a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know.
Are you not human?
You're the one currently basking in his presence. You tell me.
Let's move on.
Yeah, let's.
My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met her?
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables.
She's autistic!
She makes up the strangest things when she's under pressure.
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Tell me.
Oh, yeah?
It's what Freya called her. Quite the character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No,
Wish.
I just meant because we both wear, you know, red capes of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine, supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item, something called the Golden Beetle.
Oh!
Honestly, it's probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
I wouldn't
How
be
do you
so
know?
sure.
Because I would have heard of it.
That's the wrong thing.
What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold.
Okay.
Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too.
Thanks to the Beatles, I rarely spell beetle correctly.
Yeah, me too.
Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
Yeah, I've seen it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower.
Bastard woman. Technically, she's a bastard
Fitz?
child.
I don't trust him. He's
Or rather, she's
slippery.
the child of a
Never
bastard
commits
child.
to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. She's a very vigilant young woman. Percival Pointer. Good old... So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I don't know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him.
Okay,
Holds
no
on
one
to a
likes
lot
him.
of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor
Fun
of
fact,
considering him
there's
my
actually a
rival.
reason why they spelled their name like that. It's a
Penelope
pun on
seems to
beat
have
music,
really
which is pretty
settled
much what they
into a
called
groove.
rock and roll in
She
Britain.
struggled a bit when she was younger. Always a little estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile.
Yep.
Poppy's a good friend to my daughter, always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different, like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
Yep. Okay, I'm good with you. Let's go talk to Fifi. And then we'll go solve the thing in Fifi's room, but I want to go talk to Fifi first, because I have a bunch of her stuff.
Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44. Profession, unknown. Likes, unknown. Dislikes, unknown.
She's your mom!
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
And how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has been unable to move beyond. Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 53. Profession, none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence.
Okay.
Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No? Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No.
True.
He is quite correct. Name, Fiona Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, amateur microbiologist. Likes, the meaningful archiving of information. Dislikes, the superfluous window dressing accompanying the majority of human contact. Notes, kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Fifi.
How come you prefer Fifi?
How come you prefer Grimoire?
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin. His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not. He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent. Name, Hawkshaw. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard.
Oh, rude.
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So, what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife. Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Probably
Oh,
not
yes,
a knife.
Of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me. Name, Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Profession, ornithologist. Likes, birds. Dislikes, insects. Notes, Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her. Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, Apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come.
Awesome! Poppy is the best character in the game. I love her.
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
She probably got promised to secrecy. Got it.
It is a model of Freya.
Yeah,
made by
probably
my
the
father.
trowel.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya?
I don't know who that other guy is.
A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint.
Color theory.
I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever. That blade.
It's a troll for gardening.
It is? An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But...
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
Is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere.
Aw.
Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah. You could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh. You wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive.
To
study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe.
She's a troll.
Living or inanimate.
She's a troll nerd.
Curious. Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next! It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what. What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands.
She is the bird person.
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues.
You don't know.
There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz.
Yeah, those two belong together.
Is she laughing?
The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days.
Okay.
That belongs to my mother. I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the Grand Hall.
Yeah, what's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like eggs.
That's fair.
Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more
Same.
interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course.
Well, she does a fancy
And this
shit.
belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right. But why?
She is a microbiologist.
I do not know why. I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell...
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene.
Apart from the one in the painting.
Which, as a mere abstract representation, does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife.
That'd be an interesting
case. What is your
case.
opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive.
It's a good
Elaborate
game.
gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
Freya. Oh, sweetie.
It's an illustrated book about birds.
It's been left open. Looks like somebody was halfway through reading it.
Or it was left open for us to find.
Ever so slightly unnerving.
The ink dip is a remarkably intelligent bird with a very long lifespan, even among avian mystids. Other birds are often aggressive towards it, and the ink dip lives most of its life alone. It has particular...
Not related to the case, but check the snow globe if you haven't already.
Is that a snow globe?
Of sorts. Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangle Tower. There's the lake and those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
Same, dude.
Hey, look at them. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
I do love that. That's awesome.
Books about
Hey, I got an
ancient
achievement.
history, I think.
These books are ancient history. I think they'd crumble into dust if I tried to pick them up.
Good excuse.
Thanks.
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a classroom?
Yes.
I had to go back for that one.
Sure.
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
Question mark is A, C, D make F, which is connected to... Is this a family tree?
Math.
Don't look at them for too long. You'll give yourself a headache.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
I want to keep that in mind. That's important.
It looks like a microscope.
Can I touch it?
Alright, I want to figure out this puzzle. Okay. That works.
That's the one.
Hey, not bad.
That was fast. I just had to take a break from it.
Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built on top of a little metal box. There's a book in here.
A well-used book resembling a diary. It's locked with a strange metal device. Okay.
Fifi's got something.
What is all this?
Okay, so now I've seen everything.
It's Poppy. That's actually a pretty good drawing. Looks like Fitz.
Looks like Professor Pointer.
It's a drawing of Penny.
That's gotta be Flora. I think that's supposed to be Felix.
It's Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh, it's how everyone's connected. Fitz and Flora are connected. These two are connected. These two are connected. And Hawkshaw is also connected. And this is all the stuff that was on her...
Is Fifi trying to solve the mystery with math equations?
Maybe. Did you ever try that? Maybe it works.
These are all the same things that were on her
Did
blackboard.
you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And... a new suspect! Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent, I promise.
Save it for the judge.
Okay, that was adorable. I'll be right back. I have to go to the washroom. I'll be back in a sec. Which is probably way more information than you needed. But that's fine. Okay, so we got everything in this room, I think, for now. We're probably gonna have to come back. But we have that item and I want to give it to Fifi.
They may be joking, but that bear is a stone cold killer, and if questioned, he'd definitely say he'd do it again.
My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time.
Hey, everyone. You have to drink water.
There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10.
So, there are secrets written in here?
This particular diary is unused.
Sure
it doesn't look unused.
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
Do I have that? I must have it. There it is.
Let's take a closer look at this. This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something...
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
Might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
All right, Fifi unlocked the diary.
Finally. What's in there?
Damn it, Devin redeemed water. Give me a second. Ah! Why do all of you guys constantly make water an inconvenience for me? It's back, in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Soul Bearer works, impressive little thing. I have 2 now, I need more. Found my way into the middle, surprisingly simple compared to the harp. I saw them, all 5, eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. Do my best. She could do with a little company. What the royal fuck does that mean?
A book. My book.
And what's in it?
A dream journal.
It could be. Compared to the harp.
I'm still not sure about this thing.
Should we take another look?
Something tells me this is one of the last things I'm supposed to do.
Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it?
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them. These people really are ridiculous, aren't they? Wouldn't you consider that important evidence, do you? Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Oh, not yet. Did you see some suspicious leaves?
One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs for blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music. Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange.
Love the quick pivot.
Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree. Doesn't make it a clue.
Same? Yeah?
This is a potential murder weapon, is it not?
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around.
If that were the murder weapon, I think Fitz would have hucked it into the ocean.
Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No?
No. A book from the library. One of hundreds. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that. A diary. Have you read it?
Yep.
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
I do know what's in it, though. Alright, Fitz, talk to me.
A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
A whole bunch of gibberish.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
She's your fiance.
Those petals, they,
What?
they're red.
Rose.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone.
I love this guy.
Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Does he have a
Why?
chainsaw or a weed whacker?
You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
God! I love Fitz and Poppy.
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah.
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
I don't think he would use it because it's special to him.
I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. It's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
Okay.
How odd. Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried, in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks. Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
Yeah, I don't... Okay, well, the only person left to talk to other than Poppy is Penelope. Let's chat.
Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue. That's, rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
I'm a detective. I'll find out one way or another.
Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right. Lovely. Ooh, a secret diary.
That's our guess, too.
Excellent.
God, I want to read a mystery novel right now.
Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one? Well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
Yeah, aren't creatures considered extinct before they actually go extinct? Once they, like, can't actually repopulate enough to fix the species? Okay.
Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I... Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
It's a very rude way of putting that, but... I have a feeling I know who the her is, and it's Poppy.
Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed to anyone? Or signed by anyone?
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
Or they're trying to manipulate you. Those petals.
What about them?
Roses.
It's nothing. They're just unusual. Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No, we found it in Penny's room.
Ah, right. I see a lot of birds up in the rooftop garden. They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belong to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones. Like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. I can't remember exactly. Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
Yeah, that's the exact same as what's hummed on the damaged tape.
You get some weird insects around here, but I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Why?
For fun, obviously. That belongs to Flora, I think. Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it.
Fair. And finally the...
I don't know what that is.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me.
I like to think the fish statues are a cover band that play songs by bands like Real Big Fish, Fishbone,
Eavesdrop
Fish,
when the
and so
stars are
on.
sane, earthly tether, slowly fraying, floating helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet.
Hey. So I'm missing something with Penny. He doesn't even talk to everyone.
Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide?
Yeah.
Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
It's just...
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
Yeah.
Yes, it's my... my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
I'm in love with the shape of you.
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
I don't like you.
Oh, there used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question.
You ate them.
I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea.
You're a bitch.
Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? I thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her. Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them? Even this one of...
Yes.
She knows.
Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure.
Kelly says hi.
Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current
D&D people?
style.
Duncan, Adam, Crow, Dom. I know the other guy's name. I know his name. I know his name. What's his name? Don't tell me his name. Tony!
I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew. A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind. How terrible.
You recognize it?
The color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene. Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone, on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable. Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why.
Fucking hate
But
this
then I
woman.
could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo!
Okay.
I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling. Don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her. Goodness me. Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Hardly the place for it. I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though. Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist.
I mean, that's what you are.
You know, it's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you?
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off. If it wasn't for my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest.
Okay, so I've spoken to her about everything. Does it still think... Does it say a different thing? Okay, yeah, it's just saying different things. There might be something else I missed in the Flora tour. Flora won't say shit to me.
It's piano music. Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
Half the room is a big open window.
I don't know if you can call it an open window. It's more like the sudden absence of wall. It's so dark back there.
Somehow, the sunlight doesn't seem to be making it very far into the room.
We already solved it.
I wonder what the heck she was hiding here.
That's the only door in and out of the room.
It's also on the floor.
Sure is. Guessing it's not supposed to be down there. Freya's painting supplies. There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it?
Looks that way.
Maybe I should check the rest of the main floor. There might still be something I'm missing.
What is that?
I think it's a family tree.
Selena Stonetop.
No family line. Apparently, she just appeared out of nowhere. Lord Fellow.
Looks like he was married twice.
Scandal.
Felicia Fellow.
Freya's mother.
I guess she doesn't live here anymore. Flint Fellow. I guess he doesn't live here anymore.
is all so weird to me.
Flora Remington.
We met her. She's one of the suspects.
Richard Remington.
The one and only.
Interesting.
It's a big glass tube filled with water.
There are weeds in there.
It's an aquarium?
Could be. Anymore. Finally, we get to open this.
I don't think there's anything left to do here. And there's nothing really to investigate outside. I think I've spoken to everyone about this dude. Oh, maybe I haven't spoken to Fitz about him. I want to talk to everyone about everyone.
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
What else to do? Maybe I'm missing something else in Freya's room?
It's the door into Fitz's room.
One of only 2 ways to get into the garden.
Oh, yeah.
More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, an egg has got to be the easy. It's so relaxing. I might just... That'd be great.
I don't think there's anything in here I can get for now. That's not Freya's room. That's Fifi's room. I don't think there's anything else I can get from Fifi right now.
Freya's He's had a rough couple of days.
Do you think this was always?
I don't know.
No windows either. It's a little glass.
I think it's a
Come again?
See, the leaves might have been for keeping insects.
Brushes.
They're clean, but they...
I don't know. I mean, I could check the rose bush.
It's a rose bush.
Exactly.
I did the puzzle in Fitz's room. I did the puzzle in Fiona's room. Flora, sorry. I did the puzzle here. I did the puzzle here. Here. Here and here. I don't know. Have I? I haven't spoken to Flora, Jesus Christ. I haven't spoken to Flora at all, in part because I don't know if there's anything to say.
Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent condition.
You seem pretty sure about that.
Okay, so you broke it.
It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes, so we shall. Why would someone lock up a book like that?
Hey, everyone.
We think it's a secret diary.
You have to drink water.
Teenagers are funny, aren't they?
Okay, dude, whatever. I don't think you have anything of value to say about anything else, except maybe your mom.
Ah, you found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people.
Who's... Wait.
I've been carving for a couple of years now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it, as you can see.
Do you paint them yourself, too?
I do indeed, yes. Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course. I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower.
Sure.
Safety first and all that.
Sure.
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Are we what? Are we actually gonna, like, talk to this woman?
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
I don't think it's a knife.
It's not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
Yeah,
We'll get to that in a minute.
Oh, okay.
That's not it. That's not it.
It said we'll get to that in a minute. Could it have been the...
That kinda makes sense.
Huh? Could it have been the...
That's not it. That's not it. We'll get to that in a minute.
Maybe the feathers?
Maybe? I don't think so.
That kinda makes sense.
Yeah.
But no.
What?
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
I have no idea what the game is asking.
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
I'm just gonna...
That's not it.
I'm completely lost.
Let's take a closer look
Fuck
at this.
off. What? Oh, fuck off.
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
Yeah, it's the painted model.
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora.
It was
and
her
come to
bird.
think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
I think the... Whoops.
The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet, and it died?
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
All right, So she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally. This is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
I think it keeps in the egg.
Thought we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
Completely
that's why she's so upset.
empty. Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
It's just a pile of books. They're not... Wait. There's something tucked inside this one.
Oh! Oh, that's so sweet and sad and cute. I'm sorry, Flora. Okay. Interesting.
It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad.
These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it? Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd. I'm as confused as you are.
Fair, I guess. Fine. I don't think you have anything else to say. Let's talk to her, though.
Freya drew these.
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
But she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother. Like a private thing between Freya and Flora. Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring. The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer.
Interesting.
There's something about Felix's painting supplies. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Let's. You.
So, about this paint we found in your room.
I also
Nothing
still don't know
suspicious
who
about
this
it.
is.
I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I
No.
even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to. Let's take a closer look at this. Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
This game is fun.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right, fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know, perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday.
Aww.
I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question.
It's an ink dip.
It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
Okay. There's still shit in the music room I can do? Okay.
There's a faded mural on the wall.
When I was a kid, I never knew the difference between a mural and a mosaic.
You still don't know, do you?
No.
Neither do I, really, so it's fine.
Sheet music. It's handwritten.
That's a lot of notes. Looks pretty difficult.
Probably why they're on the floor. 1 old wooden bookcase.
Yep.
25 dry old books.
Mm-hmm.
4 lit candles.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
No, I'm with you.
Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little trumpet.
Well, it is the music room. He's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
Find 3 statues of a certain amphibious creature. Yeah. The harp, the lute, and the horn.
Are they paper lanterns?
Whatever they are, I like them. It's like a little parade of floating spirits.
Who plays the violin, I wonder?
It's pretty dusty, so I'm guessing nobody.
Who plays the violin, I wonder?
That's not the fucking violin.
Who plays the violin?
So I'm guessing.
Okay. I guess that's just not something we can investigate. Okay, it's just those 3 things. The greenhouse, the stone square, and the astronomy tower, which I'll investigate in a minute. I want to check stuff out here.
More of that weird lake water
Wow.
beats me. It's a sea serpent, turned into stone by a wizard.
If you say so. What happened to its head?
Beheaded by the same wizard.
I love her.
A pointless little stone tower.
I don't know. Might be a good hiding place.
Want to play hide and seek?
I could be persuaded.
Fuck it.
You ever see a mushroom that big before?
Not in real life.
It's a big stone dais.
Biggest one I've ever seen. First one, too. How long is that thing? How long is that thing?
A giant glowing gemstone full of plants.
AKA a greenhouse.
Yep. Maybe I'm not done with you. I know I haven't gotten your weird shit.
The paint is still wet.
Yeah, well, we know Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told?
Fucking dang.
Yep.
paints.
Mm-hmm.
Does Flora still own that bird? Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years ago.
I see. Some breed of amphibious humanoid. Potentially bipedal. Although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
That's a good face for you to be making, my guy.
These plants are giving off a relaxing smell.
I didn't know we were supposed to be smelling things. A little bridge leading back to the gardens.
It's a big stone
The
dot.
first one, too.
Nothing there. It's Tangle Tower, or at least it's the match. Nothing there. Nothing there.
Okay, I don't know what it wants me to investigate in the stone square. My guess is it wants me to investigate her.
Is that a clock?
If it is, it's
Oh,
a clock.
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
Got it.
I'm impressed. What's in the box?
A little tool thing? Looks like a telescope. But I'm not actually sure what it is.
it's a small brass tool with glass lens screwed at the base. That for sure goes in the astronomy tower. But hey, we went
This
snooping
belongs
your
to you,
trees.
Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
Nice.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
God damn it. Fine, I'll go talk to the astronomer. I know who your friggin' client is. You.
What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
Okay.
A Spyglass to the Stars. Volumes 1 to 12.
They're in very good condition.
A bell jar. It's empty.
What do people normally keep in bell jars?
Other than bells, you mean?
There's something kinda disappointing about this room. I just expected a bit more from an astronomy tower.
Oh, does it not compare to all the other astronomy towers you've been to? Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
I've got gadgets and gizmos
Pretty.
aplenty.
It's full of tea, but it's gone cold.
Criminal.
Okay.
A picture frame.
With no picture.
It's a chart of the solar system. Which planet are you from, Sally? It's a chart of the solar system. Which? It's tidier than my desk. Oh, the notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
It's tidier than...
So, even the most well-used notebook.
It's too cloudy to see any stars right now.
It's also daytime.
So what the fuck is he looking at?
It's also daytime.
You're weird with your weird fingers.
Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fishman.
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes. Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it.
You're an insensitive
Is this
cock.
important?
Possibly.
Here's a thought. Do you suppose the paintbrush could be the murder weapon? After all, it was found at the scene, right next to Freya's body.
Covered in blood.
I guess it's possible.
A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary. That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put. Where on earth did you find that?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar.
Okay, so he wrote that. I don't think he has anything to say about these.
I've seen those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always wears?
Whenever I've seen him, yes.
Maybe I'm not done in here. Maybe I should just present everything to everyone. Which is...
I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a clue. What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the field. That's a flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
These were drawn by Freya. She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
Oh, you found a murder weapon?
No!
Steady on. It's just a gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me.
Bruh.
Poppy's two closest friends. Freya looks so innocent there. Freya was well acquainted with the abstract, I'll say that much.
What does it look like to you?
To me, it's a big, red thing.
Mountain.
What a fascinating interpretation.
He's right, though. It is a big red thing.
He's not wrong, but he's also not fun.
This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license.
Uh-huh.
This looks a little rushed.
Kinda
even by
reminds me of
Felix's standards.
Hawkshaw.
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby. Keeps his mind from decaying, you know.
I hate this guy. I don't think there's anything left to investigate.
There's something kinda...
Oh,
We already solved it.
I don't think there's anything left in this room, but the game keeps telling me I should investigate it. Which is it implies I'm missing something, but I don't know what.
What is it?
Ah, it's clearly some kind of large device.
You're not wrong.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
I've checked out the trinkets and gizmos. I checked out the bell jar. I checked out the books.
A spyglass to the stars.
They're in very
I checked
good
out
condition.
the friggin' ceiling.
Pretty.
I checked out the sky. Unless I can check out the...
Every astronomy tower needs a telescope.
I want to try.
Okay.
You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there.
Yeah.
It's the tower opposite this one. I can just about see the gramophone.
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off?
Maybe it's glued down. It's too dark back there. I can't...
I can see the doorway. It leads into the hall. The door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinges. Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
There's something about Pointer's astronomy habits. Something
Super
suspicious.
Yeah.
Let's ask him about it.
You're a freak.
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
How would you go about kicking that door open
It's not
anyway?
a matter of being interested.
fits.
Once you expand your mind to the wider universe,
Sure.
it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
That's not it.
Oh.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects.
Duh.
My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that. Pointer's telescope was falling towards the crime scene, almost. Maybe just... Pointer's
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
I'ma fucking kill you. Yo, Pointer, fucking, no. You know what? No. You're not allowed. You motherfucker. You're not. No. You know what? You're not allowed to, because I can think of one fucking entomologist that crushes your existence. You are a bitch, and I will show you. Look at this. Look. This fucking unit of a creature. That's an entomologist, and you are a bitch if you think you're better than him. Fuck you. God.
Are you spying?
He got them dogs out.
Hang on, I gotta turn my light on. It just got very dark in my room. He got them dogs out. Who? Professor Periwinkle Pointer Pitch Prick guy here? Or Gonta? And his feet. Are you talking about Gonta's
Gonta.
feet? Gonta's always got his feet out. He's Tarzan in a suit. Literally, Gonta's the best. Gonta has no shoes.
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen. Incredibly rare. Valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important.
Hey,
You were
everyone.
looking to Flora's room
You have to drink
around the
water.
time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
Let's do that.
Freya was definitely up to something.
I just realized that Grimm has a sprite that is very reminiscent of Edgeworth.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
Give me a second. Grimm has a lot of that.
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
I super doubt that.
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and more interested in the how.
Yeah.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
It's possible. Okay. I want to know what's up here first before I do anything else. Okay, creepy.
It's a statue of a wolf, standing up straight, like a man.
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here.
Must be new.
Also, it's not a statue.
What?
It's stuffed.
Oh, Jesus.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
Aww.
Just dusty junk. What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
Where's that light coming from?
Well, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
Oh, shit.
Is that what I think it is?
She fell over and then got stabbed.
Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Kinda. Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious.
That's super weird.
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry.
Kinda.
Just dusty junk.
It's a jar. The head screws off.
Huh. Sally, you don't have a dust allergy, do you?
No. Do you?
Let me put it this way.
Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry.
Kinda. Nothing catching my...
Sorry.
Kinda.
Just dusty junk. Just dusty junk.
Where's that light coming from?
There's a decent gap between.
Okay, so she was for sure stabbed after she was pushed. Neat. Who would have done that? Hello, you're new.
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
This is my new friend. He likes music. Simple melodies will move his soul. Best of luck to you two. Freya.
What do you think? Is it really from her?
Odd.
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well?
It's a perfect match.
Oh, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
Tangled Tower. Unfinished business. I've been live 4 hours, but this game's really fun. I have an idea.
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
That is not what I meant to do. I knew it. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, there's another one. And it's here.
It's piano music.
Yeah, I know. I was hoping. Okay. Nope. Where else have I heard music before? Music, 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 music. The aviary.
Doorbell.
The fucking. You're right. The doorbell. The doorbell I had an obsession with. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Little bird feet.
How do you
That
know
is
they're
not the
birds?
bird.
I don't like mirrors. They steal your soul.
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
I do it by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other.
I love her.
Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental.
Yep. Maybe one of the birds?
An especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you. Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Dude.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat. He doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
Fuck you.
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Yeah, I know. Let's go.
Yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
She is not built like that lady from Great Ace Attorney with the swan head.
Nope.
That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses. And... boop. It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at. But it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those two bedrooms?
Nope.
For most people, it would be.
Sorry, I keep
But don't
popping
forget,
my gum right
Penny's
into the fucking
the
mic,
resident
don't I?
ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
I think you know.
I thought you were clapping or snapping or something.
One of Penny's almost. Maybe just. One of almost. Maybe just. One of almost. One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
That's not hard. The feather's done.
Let's take a closer look at these. This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
I can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little...
You're a freak.
I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
Yeah, you know what? You suck. guess we should check the greenhouse. Talk to Fitz about this. Hey, maybe you should go talk to your weird fiance.
Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they, like, her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not. Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note on the back, too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized. What's with the broken glass?
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her.
Alright, I'm gonna stop doing that, I'm sorry.
I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3. Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too.
Buddy. Wait, actually I'm not done. I should investigate more.
This one's in a little pot.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
It looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
Yeah, weird.
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
He was holding the trowel.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
I know what it was. What's this?
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental.
It's from
I have
Poppy.
no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
Uh-huh.
An ornate... Nope.
Well, there's the potted flower.
An ornate... Almost. Maybe just... An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes.
I've never seen it before.
Oh, honey.
We need a clue to compare to that flower.
Let's take a closer look at these. The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence?
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
Aww.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants.
Dump her!
So I go into her room every now and again, when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil, just trying to keep it alive.
Dump her. Dump her. Dump her. Dump Fitzy. Fitz? Fitzy. Can I call you Fitzy? Because I'm probably gonna anyways. Buddy, hun, sweetie, dump his ass. Dump her ass. Dump her ass. You know why you can dump her ass? Because there's someone here who cares about you so much more. By the lake's edge? Oh, wind chimes.
What are
Wind chimes. Silent, wooden wind chimes.
Bell lips piano song.
That's all for me.
So, what?
Should we go back to the gardens again?
Let's try this again.
Bell lips.
You know, I think we might be able to solve this. That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
Okay.
Are we gonna go in?
Yeah, but there's a couple of things I want to do first.
Oh. Okay. I've gotten his. I've gotten hers, hers. Hers, his.
Hawkshaw is left.
Yeah, Hawkshaw's the only one left. We should talk to Fifi about what? What can I present her? With the fruit, I
The fruit
guess.
here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless. Unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends
On what?
on the structural integrity of your teeth.
So a horse could eat it. Because I know that horses have a bite force that is actually strong enough to eat solid rock.
I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh,
That's fair.
is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes. This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
It's a
Oh,
microscope.
yes. It has a telescopic lens. It could only be used for looking at things that are far away. Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be?
There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld microscope. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
That's all we have left to do. Yo.
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense. If you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry. We already worked out what you're searching for.
Yep. Where is it? There it is.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So,
think.
that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse. It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, Why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Oh, honey.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct.
Hello,
As it
sorry
happens,
for bothering
I had no
you.
need to search the
I want
greenhouse
to offer
such a
promotion of your channel,
Professor Pointer
viewers,
doesn't consider
followers,
the gardener a
view.
suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
Are we done?
For now. It's about time we found out what's beneath the garden. Where do you think it goes?
Down.
Let's go. And before Freya's down there. Underneath. What the fuck? Okay.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it? Weird looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
Oh. Okay, cool. I like that. This is neat. I like this. Okay. That doesn't quite reach. But that does.
Hey, everyone. You have to drink water.
I'm not sure where this one goes. Oh, because it's supposed to use this one. Jesus Christ.
You still have bottom right yellow.
Whoops, that's not right.
nothing.
I think we're trying to make a path
Yeah,
between the
thanks.
key.
That doesn't really work, though. Okay, I'll be right back. I have to pee again really badly because I drank so much water. That's the wrong screen.
Top right pink down the whole way maybe.
I will be right back. Back. I just had to pee this time, nothing else. Oh, alright. Yeah, this has to be there. You know what? I'm gonna do it the opposite way.
Reset the puzzle.
Okay, so pink always has to oversect over this, so... this doesn't line up. Oh. No. There's nothing I can do to make that line up. Never mind. I'm stupid.
I got it.
I'm impressed.
Thank you. Ow. Fuck.
Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
I bit my lip.
Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
That's an incredibly specific area of study.
Bugs. Big ones.
Looks like they're made of metal. Hand-drawn entomology charts. It looks like they're being boiled, but the liquid is ice cold. A cracked glass tank with 9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
I like that you called them rooms.
Me too.
Thirsty?
Nope.
Is that a lab coat?
Warning, hand wash only. Size, small.
This place would never pass a fire safety inspection.
What's in there? 9 beetles. All different, all dead.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean. It's a little diagram of a beetle, with some incomprehensible notes scribbled next to it.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
9 beetles. There's mostly numbers.
Whose research is this? This is some seriously in-depth research.
It's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing.
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who is he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
Oh, there's an even further down. Cool. Creepy.
We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Why? By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
I want to see that. I don't care about the metal rod.
So what's the photo?
Oh. That's who the wooden picture is.
Oh shit.
It's Flora, and that's either her dad or her
Do you know who
brother.
it is in the photo? This man in the photo He reminds me of something from one of our clues.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora?
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is. Lord Fellow.
Really?
Wait, no, hang on.
Felix made a little model.
It makes sense when you know who he is. Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father, meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
Interesting.
It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly neglected.
2 cloaks, and a green hat draped on top for good measure.
A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
Oh shit! The amphoby is in there. Wait.
A single eye.
I think it's a children's book.
We've seen all 4 of these creatures. The Soul Bearer is this thing.
Wasn't Soul Bearer in the diary?
Yeah. I think this is the Soul Bearer.
There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I can reach it.
Let me guess. Blank. The Grand Hall.
What's that thing in the middle?
I think it's that big glass tube.
A bedroom.
That's Fifi's room, isn't it?
Yeah.
A bedroom.
Penny's room, I think. That's the lake, right? I think that horizontal line might be the water level.
It used to be a lot lower down than it is now.
That's the room we're in now. It must be. It's not labeled as anything on these plans, though.
I think it already existed when this was made.
The rooftop garden. That name makes a little more sense in this context. Misted Mansion. North side cross-section. Is it not Tangle Tower?
Tangle Tower. Before the towers?
Storage.
That's Freya's room.
Yeah.
It's the aviary. Hold on. Have we been to all of these rooms already? Study. Wait.
Yeah, we haven't been.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
How did we miss it?
That's a good question.
This seems pretty significant.
Agreed.
There it is, in the middle. But I must be missing something else in here.
This room looks old. Like, old.
Grim
old.
gets his secret rooms after all.
Now seem relatively modern.
Yeah.
Basements don't normally have windows.
We're at the bottom of the lake. We must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Like what?
White, smooth, no plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Yeah.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty, though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late. let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last room.
I do too. I think we have to go through this. Why is it dark in here?
Whoa, it's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on, it's pitch black, but I think there's a switch.
Hey.
A ladder.
Want to go up?
Let's go. Tangle Tower. The hidden heart.
Dragon.
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one. An axe and some kind of hunting rifle, mounted on the wall.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The pickaxe?
The one that isn't there.
Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see its insides.
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws, right? Not 3? You sure we should be touching it?
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
Yeah. Oh, shoot. Okay.
I guess that's
I don't think we need to guess.
What do you mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file.
Well, I don't have...
This crab really reminds...
That little wooden...
Yeah, but I don't think I've seen it more recently.
Thank you. I need to look at the thing. Okay,
It's in the children's book, isn't it?
Oh yeah, look at that. So point it slightly up and then point the others to the left. Whoops.
Hooks, big hooks.
Is that
It's
also... I guess that's...
I don't think we
what do
need.
you mean?
We have all the information we need in our case.
Yeah. Was it like this?
Nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this thing somewhere before.
Nope.
Wasn't this crab in that
The
book?
children's book?
Yeah, great. I would love to know what that looks like without having to close out of it.
Nope.
Wasn't this crab?
The children's
This
Fine.
crab really?
But-
Yeah, I think I've seen it more.
Okay. Children's book. Okay.
Up closed, right angle open, obtuse open.
Thank you.
Is that a crab?
It's gotta-
also crab.
Not you. Go away.
Perfect.
Oh, it was a crossbow.
What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
That connects to the pulley we found.
What is it?
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened
Oh.
to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
We found them already. I think that might attach, but not this part.
It's a harpoon.
Oh shit.
I think that, but not this part.
Please let me out. Why does she have the microscope?
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
Why did Hawkshaw have a part of that?
Those aren't bird cages.
Some of them are disconcertingly large.
At least they're all empty.
You sure that's a good thing? It's a wooden pinboard, hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
That still has Hawkshaw in it.
An incinerator built into the wall. It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes. But yeah, there's something.
That's the feather.
That's a bookcase. It's mostly empty.
What a surprise. Nice chair.
It's still warm.
Maybe it's just heat from the incinerator.
Maybe. Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle.
What was with the cloth in the ash pile?
I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
Fifth Ambassador Lake located, finally. I can't say I harbor any optimism, but still somehow disappointed. No better than the rest of them. Took my misted friend to the music room for experiments. It works, perhaps too well. The laboratory was another disappointment. All that effort for what? It was even more short-sighted than I could have guessed. Went to the bottom. Nice view. It's been mostly cleaned out, but I have what I need. She got in. She was careful. Nothing was moved. But I know it's time.
Someone's been using this room. I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion. But nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
I think that might attach to the pinboard, but not this part of it.
That doesn't seem
We
right.
need something that could attach to the pinboard.
I really wish I could go back and do the other one, because I know what the other one is now. Ugh. Figured it out. What the hell?
The painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else, someone with less of a talent for art.
Yeah, those...
Doesn't exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
I don't think that's a good idea.
You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top 3. Who are all the people in this photo?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
Oh, good. Let me see it. The ambassadors of Misted Mansion. A photograph in a sturdy wooden frame. It's dusty and looks several years old. The brass plaque at the base of the frame reads the Ambassadors of Misted Mansion. The photo shows 2 women and 3 men wearing a variety of different styles of clothing. That one looks like
Guy
Felix.
on the right looks like Felix.
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
The one in the bottom kind of
Left
looks
must
like
be
Penny.
Primrose.
Yeah.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
I think they're related, but I don't think they're the same. I think, yeah, those are the missing people. The murder. Here we go.
Time to solve this.
All right, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
Mm-hmm. It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
It was shot from above.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too. She'd already been killed.
You think so?
Maybe not.
No.
Freya was already lying.
I think so too. She'd fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
Flora.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
Something
Hey,
in the room
everyone.
caused Freya to fall
You have to drink
unconscious.
water.
It can't be paint.
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
There was something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why it was cracked.
Something small.
That's not it.
I'm not sure what it could have been.
That's not it. That's not it.
I have no idea.
That's not it.
Something small that could knock her unconscious.
That's not it.
Could it have been the beetle?
Maybe, but I don't... Oh.
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened.
95
Poppy
decibels.
and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder.
Right.
Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The hornet's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
Because it cracked the gramophone.
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration, enough to crack metal, enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too?
Nope.
Think about it. They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
They protected themselves because they had the muffs.
They protected themselves.
How?
They had the earmuffs. Whoops.
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah. What triggered it? At that particular moment. Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
Yeah. What's up? What's bothering you about this?
I can see the stars.
I don't think I need to play music through this anymore.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
The plant. It's in the book.
What?
Look.
Yeah.
And it's dark. And it's dark. And it's dark.
Yeah, I know, buddy.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
There's only one...
I can see the stars.
Where's the other...
The plant. It's in the book.
What?
Look.
Yeah, I know. It's right there. Tantum amica. Yeah, what about it?
I can see the stars.
And it's dark.
I don't know what the game is expecting me to find. Am I allowed to go to the other rooms?
The egg?
I checked the egg. He just says it's dark. It's too dark to see it.
And it's dark.
I mean, I did find that there's...
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
I mean, I see that there are two of them. But I don't know what it expects me to look at. The painting is only half finished.
All right, break up. Freya, did you leave us a clue?
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find.
The murder
We know
weapon?
she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's inked feather?
Feather? Yeah,
It
we
was here.
found it.
In this room. Where'd it go?
We found it somewhere else.
Yeah, we found it in the ash. Someone burnt it for some reason.
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene. And ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here. It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it, and then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
Yeah.
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
Okay. Could you give me a hint on what it is?
That's not it.
Is it in the book?
That's not it.
No, it's not. Oh my god.
That's not it. Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting.
Yeah. Is there a color that's... There's no yellow.
The yellow paint was going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window. Oh.
That's not it.
Oh, fuck off. Okay.
That's not it.
What was the thing in the window? I just thought it was another... one of the... Huh. If it was yellow... it could have been one of the birds, but I don't think it was. Because it had to be stationary. And if it was stationary... the stationary thing have been if it was yellow? It couldn't have been the beetle.
That's not it.
And it couldn't have been the
That's
fruit,
not it.
because the fruit was in the thing.
That's not it.
Maybe try the bird anyway.
That's not it.
I guess I can. Fuck you. How could it have been the birds?
There she is.
Oh, that's...
our little thief.
creepy.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did.
Oh!
But she's a very good listener.
Hi there.
Well now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Hi there.
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention? I'm afraid I have to insist. It's to the benefit of us all, I assure you.
That's not gonna work.
Wait, why?
Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
I just need to know the truth.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy. The volition to create something from nothing. The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer? I suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy, not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other two Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that. I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose, too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside. Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
Mistids? Sure, yeah.
You're more observant than I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term, from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
That's not it.
That's not right.
Penny found something in the study. Whoa, my brain shut down for a second. Sorry.
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The the study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself. All empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And what happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystics. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5, completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
He found the beetle, hadn't he?
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure, but I theorized that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it?
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
Why did you kill Freya, you freak? The Will of Freya Fellow.
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that.
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all three families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened. Before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
Hey,
But
everyone.
why hide in the attic?
You have to drink
And
water.
why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of the room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14
What a
minutes
horrid
by my
noise.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
count. Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Nice.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
Natch?
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself.
Aww.
Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
Rude.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope.
How do you know?
Because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Damn.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
Aww. Wait, what? Amy Lee Connors. Oh, that's just the end. Oh, that's...
Damn.
That's sad. That's a sad ending. I like it though. I like that ending. That was great. That was a lot of fun. Oh my gosh. Bye, little beetle. Bye, dude. And that's it. Damn.
So how do you get off the island?
I don't know. Oh, Felix, nice.
The one of her laughing is cute.
It is. Oh, I like this Fifi design.
I'm sad Hawkshaw wasn't real.
I am a little bit too, but also I think it's a really interesting twist. Also, this dude is totally into Poppy. I don't care what anyone says. Fuck this guy. Penny was super cute. Poppy is the best. That's a Dahlia sprite there. That looks like Dahlia.
Although it is kinda weird that you can go from Penny's room with Penny there directly to the stone square with Hawkshaw, and I guess she just beat you there every time.
I guess so. I guess with this game is definitely simple, so you have to suspend your disbelief a little bit. Also, I love this game's art style. Wait, previous game? What? Oh, Devin!
This is a sequel.
Devin fucking didn't tell me that. Devin!
The art style in the older one is kinda weird.
And it's by the same people who did the Haunt the House in Terror Town. Aw, I want to play all of them. Oh, that rules. That's so cool.
Sally just doesn't look right in them now.
In this? I love her design. She looks really good. Who's this little dude? I don't hate this design for Sally, though. Oh, wait, we're done? There's a lot of stuff in this. I didn't notice most of the music. The music was really, like, not muted, but, like, not the forefront. So what achievements do I have left? 3 achievements. Talk to the suspects about the case file. Talk to the suspects in about Tangle Tower. And find 3 sets of similar research notes. I mean, I can do all that. Here's the thing, I think... Oh. Hi, can I just talk to someone else, or do I have to talk to Hawkshaw? It looks like I have to talk to Hawkshaw. No. But I'm not,
Let's not wander off. Let's not wander off right now.
That sucks. That means I have to start over to get those achievements. I'm not gonna do that. Alright, so, next stream will be Thursday, and it's probably gonna be D&D. I haven't gotten confirmation on certain things about it. There's one person I need confirmation that, yes, we're still doing it. If not, I don't know what we'll do. Might play Nier, but I kind of don't want to play that on stream. I'd rather play it off stream from now on. I might just, if we're not doing D&D, I might just not stream until you get back from New Brunswick. But if we are doing D&D, it's going to be on Thursday, and then I'm probably not going to stream Sunday. Or if I do, I'll just find something else to do. But I'll see y'all when I see y'all. Bye!